Hi, good morning, everybody. Sorry.
Good morning, sir.
Hi, good
Good morning,
morning. Good
sir.
morning. Good
Morning,
morning.
sir.
Hi. So we are on the verge of completing our this bilging part. Maybe another 45 minutes to 1 hour, we should be able to wind it up, or maybe a little longer if the need arises. So we'll go by the need, no problem. And that will basically, from my side, be able to free the March batch. Okay. So let me share the screen and start off. Okay. Now, yesterday I had given you a question. Now, that particular question, and I know the problem is with the language of the question. If I solve it, though the language does not seem to be making any sense. So it's more to do with the language, and there is no solution to such sort of issues. It's a solved question from Captain Dubey's first book, as students have been telling me in the earlier classes also, wherein he has taken the compartment to the full height. Am I right, guys? Correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes.
So the problem is with the language, and I really can't answer this question if you want to ask me what do we do, because it has come in the exams. Because somebody who would have set the paper just for out of convenience just picked up the question and put it there. In my opinion, these words should not be there. Uh, Draft 8 meters, there's a compartment, this should not be there. There is a compartment with watertight, this is okay. So basically, the question needs to be basically as solved in the book. And once these words are removed, if I remove these words, then I think the question becomes like any normal question, right, guys? In which the bilging is above the dB, right? Correct?
Correct.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
So this is how it has been solved in the book. This is how it has been solved in the book. Now, if it is in the exam, I can't copy what is in the book, unfortunately. If I were to do in the exam, whether it will be marked right or wrong, it will be difficult for me to answer, guys. Uh, its aft bulkhead is 20 meters forward of midship. So here is midship. 20 meters forward of it is the aft bulkhead. The length of the compartment is 15 meters. That's 15 meters here. And its aft bulkhead is 15 meters, 20 meters. So this distance is 20 meters, guys. Okay. And there is a DB tank whose height is 2 meters. Okay, that is fine. Now he's saying it is floating at a draft of 8 meters. Now, I don't refer to Captain Dubey's book, then he says there is a watertight flag. That means, if I strictly go by the language of the question, then the compartment lasts up to this place. That means only 6 meters of D minus H. This 6 meters will be the bilged portion. Yes or no? Loss of buoyancy. Correct, guys?
Correct, sir.
So if I read the question, this is what the question says. In the book, it has been solved. So there is a mismatch between the solution and the language of the question. So if I frame the question by the solution, then this word 8-meter deep should be removed. If I retain 8-meter deep, then the solution has to be as per this. New water line will be above the watertight flat in that case. But this sort of situation on a cargo ship is unlikely. Why? Because you see, you are not going to make a solid cargo lower hold twin deck watertight. Nobody makes it watertight. You just have twin deck covers. That's all. How, if you're making it watertight, then how did you put the cargo? That means you are opening all the bloody bolts, then removing the lid, then loading it, then closing it. Now, yes, it used to be there sometimes. I've seen those ships, beta. Jalbokambi, Jalmohan in East Indias. In number one hold, below the tween deck, they had deep tanks. They had deep tanks. And since they were deep tanks to carry these edible oil and stuff, so obviously they had watertight top. Okay. Now, those tanks, those deep tanks, had the watertight lid on top. Now, if you remove that lid and you load cargo, now hypothetically you can do whatever you want to do, but it is most unlikely. I think what Captain Dubey has solved is, I think that is what he meant to say. Where he seems to have faltered is by inclusion of these 8 meter deep word here. That's my take on this question. I cannot say what should you do in the exams because that will be a tough question to ask. Uh, in personal capacity, what I can say is if this question comes exactly like this, then a safer bet may be to solve it as done in the book. Why? Because if somebody can copy a wrong question, then he'll also copy the solution from there. That's all I can say, right?
Correct.
So this is only a suggestion, but I can say nothing more than that. Because this question, we can keep commenting endlessly about the mismatch between the solution and the language. It will never end. The debate can never end like this. I hope I have made it very clear. Unfortunately, guys, I'll not be able to give the answer to this particular part. But my suggestion would be that if it happens comes in the exam because it has already come in 2022, then my suggestion is you solve as solved in the book. Not that it is justified, but what I'm saying is if as a paper setter I can give you a wrong question, then I will also pick up the solution from there only. So probably the risk may be slightly lesser going that way rather than ignore. And you can what you can do in this case is that you are ignoring this depth of the compartment as 8 meters, you are taking it right up to the deck. Put a remark and do it. At least you have made your stance clear, Correct, beta?
Correct.
So because if we solve this sum using the wording given, then there won't be any cargo above the 8-meter watertight compartment.
Even if there is cargo, doesn't make a difference. So water will not come, no. Even if there is cargo,
Right, the water will not come. Water will not come, sir.
water will
Right.
not come. Cargo or no cargo does not make difference above the watertight flat. Yes, correct. Then it will be fully intact. The water plane will be intact here, right?
Barabar,
Wa-
sir. Then your BM will be only about the one whole triangle through the
Yeah,
center of
that's
flotation.
through the full rectangle. Yes, correct. Water
Yes,
plane will
sir.
be fully.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, correct. Correct. Yeah, you're right. So both will give you different answers. Now, which one to solve? You can toss a pen and decide, beta. Right. So that's
Understood,
why,
sir.
yeah, I didn't want to put any answers to this question because if I put answers, I'll put by taking it 8 meters deep. I can't solve it wrong and share with you that this is the correct answer. Why? But then the language has to be corrected. These words have to be removed actually. I think that's what he wants the question. And there are many such mistakes in Captain Dubey sir's book. Let me just say with all my respect towards him, there are plenty of solution mistakes. It's flooded with mistakes. So be very careful if you're referring to CL Dubey book or Bilging at least. There are many mistakes. So you can take a call on it. We can continue further on this because it has no answer from my side, honestly. I have intentionally picked it up from the paper. I knew it's a controversial question. I could have avoided it, but I wanted to take it on so that you don't later on, come back to me with doubts as to what is to be done in this case. So I've intentionally kept it here so that I can warn you upfront that there is a mistake somewhere. Okay, now we come
सर
to
एक्सक्यूज मी सर
yeah, tell me.
सर एक ग्रुप पे क्वेश्चन पोस्ट किया था एमएमडी क्वेश्चन पे
Which group are you in, beta?
सर टेबल पी सर सेम दिस ऑफिशियल ग्रुप
अरे March or April, beta?
सर व्हाट अप्रैल सर अप्रैल
April, no? Okay. Let me see what is where is the question?
अप्रैल आई थिंक सर
This is
इसके
the
टॉप
April.
पे है
इसके ऊपर में.
टॉप
Okay.
ये सर ऊपर ऊपर
Where is it? ये?
This one.
हाँ हाँ, तो
Lokesh, by
इसमें
Lokesh.
हाँ कोई बात नहीं, इसमें क्या प्रॉब्लम है तुम्हें?
No, sir, we have
Let
given
me
two solutions.
no
Both
no
are
problem.
getting two different answers.
Why it has come like this? Let me just take the question. No, if you are getting wrong different answers, then one of you must have made a mistake, or either both may have made mistake. Both cannot be correct for sure.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so I saw this question. I didn't find anything awkward of it. So a box-shaped vessel 180 by 20 meters is floating in water of RD 1.015. The vessel has a midship tank. So 180 meters is the length, 20 meters is the breadth. Okay, is floating in RD, has a midship tank. It's 30-meter long, full width of the ship. Okay, length 30 meters, breadth 20 meters. The tank, which is slack, contains seawater to a sounding of 8 meters. What is the draft? Draft is not given, correct? Not given, okay. To a sounding of 8 meters. The draft of the vessel is 6 meters. 6 meters, okay.
Meters draft.
Draft is 6 meters, okay. It has seawater and it's slack, okay. So it has, the draft of the vessel is 6 meters. The tank contains seawater to a sounding of 8 meters. So this sounding is 8 meters. Okay. The GM of the vessel, FSM of the vessel, when then at 6 meters are okay. AM of the vessel at 6 meters is 7 meters. GM of the vessel is 0.75, and FSM of the ship is 1,000-ton meter. Okay. Calculate the drafts forward and aft and the GMT after this tank is bilged by damage below the waterline. Below the waterline. Okay. So now, which portion are you want me to calculate, GMT or the drafts? Where is it that you are having the problem?
Sir, why
Draft
you
and
take midship compartment as a slack tank?
It is given in the question. No, read the question.
The tank which is slack, sir. उसने बोला नहीं कि slack है ये वाला midship.
और कौन सा, किसकी बात कर रहा है वो? ऊपर में किसकी बात कर रहा है? ये किसकी बात हो रही है ऊपर?
Midship तो उसने ये बीच वाला कर दिया सर ये.
So then what tank is this?
ये तो midship ही है सर.
Then read the question in continuation ना बेटा. What is the
Okay.
doubt in this?
नहीं सर अभी कोई डाउट नहीं है.
It is, if he had to give slack, then what? Why should he give you sounding?
हाँ जी सर वही.
Why should he give you sounding? And if he does not give you sounding, then how will you know how much water was there?
Correct sir.
So how will you deal with it? Is it clear now?
Yes sir.
Okay. So now, इसमें एक ही, you only care you need to exercise is that weight of the water inside the hold. Now, this question has slight ambiguity, but I'll take 1.015 as the density of it because he's saying it is floating in this density, right? So basically, what will you get, beta? Let me do the GMT part. Can you guys calculate initial displacement? It will be 180 into 20 into 6 into 1.015. How many tons?
21924.
21924, is it?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
Very good. What is the kg of this ship? Kg initial. Now you can, from here you can get the kg. You have km,
6.
you have gm. This is gm fluid. Okay. So what you can do is first you convert gm into gm solid, beta. You add FSM to it, right? FSC. So what will be FSC? FSC will be equal to 1,000 divided by 21924. What is the FSC coming, beta? Can you tell me what is the FSC of the ship?
0.046.
0.046, right? So this gives you the, sorry, 0.046, my mistake. This will give you GM solid. You add it to it, it will become 0.69796. Am I right, guys? Have I added correctly? Yes or no? 0.796 is the GM solid. So therefore, the kg of the vessel will be equal to the km of 7 meters minus solid GM 0.79. If anybody has any doubts, you can interject there itself. It will be 490.
6.204.
Yeah, 6.204. So basically the kg initial is
I have one.
6.204. Yeah, tell me.
Sir, this FSM is created by the slack tank, or is it the full ship?
Right now the ship is intact, man. So that is the only information you have.
But no, it says no, the tank is
No,
slack.
no. This FSM is for the full ship, right? This FSM is in the initial condition, right? This FSM is in the initial
Okay.
condition, correct, beta?
Okay.
See, he has given you this 6 meter draft is with the tank slack. Do you agree with me, or do you have any doubt on that? Let me know. That's what I
Yes,
am
sir.
reading out on this question.
That I agree that the tank is slack with draft 6 meters.
So then he in the slack condition is given with the FSM, right?
Okay.
Okay, let's take, okay, let's just to set your curiosity in place, let's calculate I of this tank. No, the I of this
Okay.
tank would be 30-meter long, 20-meter wide. So it will be 30 into 20 cube by 12. How much it comes? How much it comes?
20,000.
Just sorry,
20,000.
it's 20,000, is it?
Yes, sir. 20,000.
The free surface moment of this tank, is it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
20,000.
After, okay, and multiplied by 0.105, how much is the FSM then?
नहीं,
20500.
1.0 seawater
Two
as well.
zeros. अरे तो सी वाटर शी इज फ्लोटिंग इन वाटर ना, वही होगा ना अंदर. अच्छा सी वाटर है क्या? इज ही सेइंग सी वाटर?
Yes, sir. The tank contains seawater.
Okay, divide by 1.025. How much it becomes then?
Multiply.
Multiply 20,000 into this. Okay,
20500.
20500. Now this is the FSM of the slack tank. Now see, this is where the question is a misfit. No, because if I'm taking the draft then 6 meters even keel. Now I don't know. Then what do I take these things? Then I really don't know. Then this question is is it a MMD question?
Yes, sir. April
Yes, sir.
21.
MMD question. November 21.
Yeah, they just
November.
pick up stupid
Yes, sir.
question.
November 21, this is.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, how can then FSM be 1,000-ton meter? FSM cannot be 1,000-ton meter, no, in the intact condition.
Just for calculation purpose they have given, sir. We cannot go.
There is nothing like calculation purpose, na beta. Anyway, since he's given FSM, I'll be tempted to use that FSM, right?
Yes, sir.
Because if I calculate the FSM of the slack tank, it's going to come much more, right?
Sir.
So anyway, I think let's stick to the language of the question. You're right that FSM of the slack tank is much higher. Okay. Now he cannot expect me that I take the draft 6 meters, I take the KM at so much, I take the GM so much. So this GM of 0.75 would have been calculated with this FSM of 1,000. No, that's how what I'm reading, right, beta?
Yes.
Correct. And he's saying, he's very clear. The draft of the vessel then when this tank is slack with seawater to a sounding of 8 meters, right? Right? Yes or no? So I think what we are following is correct. This is the initial displacement. This is the initial kg. Okay. What is the weight of the ballast for intermediate condition? We'll have to pump it out, right? What is the weight
Yes, sir.
of the water?
4920.
It'll weight of the
4920.
4920. So it will be for the benefit of everybody. So 30 into 20 into 8 into 1.025 because you're saying seawater, right?
Yes, sir.
How many tons it becomes?
4920.
4920. What will be the kg of this weight? 4 meters. Am I right, guys? Half of the sounding.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now we are now in blue. I will work out the intermediate condition parameters. And this will be the solution to this question. Nothing else. You can't do anything more than that. In the intermediate condition, the displacement of the vessel will be equal to 21924 minus 4920. How many tons does it come to, beta?
1700.
17,004.
4.
4. Okay. Now, what will be the kg in the intermediate condition, guys? Kg in the intermediate condition will be the initial vertical moment, that is 21924 into kg of 6.204, which we calculated, minus 4920 into kg of 4 divided by the final displacement. Can you quickly calculate the kg, beta?
6.843.
6.843.
2 आएगा
Okay. Okay, 842. Okay, never mind. Doesn't make reference. Then we talk about the draft in the intermediate condition. It's a box-shaped vessel. Displacement is 17004 divided by 1.015. Okay, because she's floating in dock water. Divided by 180 and divided by 20. What is the draft that you're getting?
4.654.
4.654
54.
meters. Okay. So one is he saying what will be the drafts 4.5. So drafts 4.5 will be 4.654. Correct, guys?
yes sir
No, no. She after
after
bilging.
sinking,
Okay,
sir.
my
After
my
sinking,
my
after
my my
bilging.
mistake. My mistake. Okay. Now we have to bilge this ship. Okay. Now we
Yes,
draw
sir.
the intermediate condition of the vessel. Okay. Now this is where we come to bilging. One now density of the water outside does not matter because we are going to follow the this thing. Now we are going to follow loss buoyancy method. Okay. So even the free surface in the compartment or the initial free surface will have no role to play. And that is why the free surface controversy will now finish off. Now she's floating at a draft of 4.654. It has an empty compartment, length 30 meters, breadth 20 meters. Now she will sink to a new draft. This will be the lost buoyancy. Okay, and there will be a lost water plane. If I draw the water plane here, there will be a loss of water plane, right? So the sinkage will be equal to, guys, lost buoyancy will be 30 into 20 into 4.654 divided by the intact water plane, 180 into 20 minus 30 into 20. What is the sinkage that is coming?
0.9308.
0.9
31
931. Now this you add to, so your draft after bilging will be 4.65. Yeah, correct. 0.935. 5.585. So 85. Okay. So this will be the draft forward and aft. Now you agree? So answer to the draft forward and aft would be 5.585. Okay, guys?
Yes.
Done?
yes
Okay. Then he wants the GM. Now I'm sure KB will be half the draft. So KB is not an issue. KB will be
2.792.
2.792 meters. It is D1 by 2. Okay. And now we calculate the BM. BM will be geometric center of flotation will be here. So it will be ICL of the whole minus ICL of the lost. Whole would be 180 into 20 cube by 12. Lost would be 30 into 20 cube by 12 divided by volume of displacement. That is 180 into 20 into 5, 4.654. How much is the BM coming better than?
5.969.
5.969. So now you can add KB plus BM and get the KM. And from that KM, you will subtract the kg of 6.842 meters. 842 or 843, whatever you've got. What is the GM you're getting then as the answer?
1.919.
1.919. This is the answer, beta. Okay. This FSM of Y is given 1,000 and he's announced the tank to be slack. I 138.889. Using this, can you calculate BG in the intact condition, beta?
Two point seven seven eight.
2.778. Guys, any question up to this point? If you have any question to ask. This is the difference between LCB and LCG in the intact condition. Any questions up to this point, beta? This will be the first step to get the LCG of the ship now. Even before we start getting sinkage or stuff and other things, right? Get the LCG of the ship because she is trimmed. So now if LCB is BG is 2.778, guys. Yes. Any questions?
Sir, this BML initial will be I by V, right, sir?
Yeah, it's
So,
yeah, correct.
so
So
and that will be through the transfers, athwart ship.
why? For trim you for MCTC you don't use transfers, no, you use FF about FF, right? This is the diagram, na?
Right.
FF, yeah, this axis, right? You're right. Athwart ship axis.
Right, sir.
Yes.
Right, sir. So it will be
20
understood.
BL
Right,
cube.
right, sir. My
No problem.
yes, sir. BL cube.
BL cube by 12 bit. BL cube by 12. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, guys. Now, for a box-shaped vessel, when it is intact, what is the LCB? Don't worry about the trim. We talk about even keel upright condition. LCB will be length by 2. Yes or no, guys?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Guys, if the ship is trimmed by stern, if the trim is trimmed by stern, is LCG less than LCB or more than LCB?
LCB more, sir.
more than LCB, sir.
If she is trimmed by stern, what is more? Say again.
LCB, sir, more than
LCB will be more.
LCB member more. So that means I'll have to subtract BG from LCB to get LCG. Yes or no? Correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So 2 and 47. 47.22 meters becomes the LCG of the ship in the intact condition. Yes or no? It is this LCG which is responsible for that trim of 2 meters that the vessel has. Is this step clear, beta, or anybody has any questions? This has nothing to do with bilging. It has got to do the earlier concepts, but it has to be now used here. This gets added to your work.
एक्सक्यूज मी सर
Yeah.
सर इसमें अपन ने एलसीबी 50 लिया है, इसको ट्रिम वाली कंडीशन सोच के नहीं लिया था क्योंकि ट्रिम होगा तो ये 50 नहीं
यार
होना चाहिए।
ये तो क्वेश्चन हम हर दिन याद करते हैं ना, हर दिन यही बात करें। जब शिप बिल्ज हो गया था कल इवन कील वाला, वो भी तो ट्रिम हो गया था ना आफ्टर बिल्जिंग।
आफ्टर बिल्जिंग ठीक है सर, बिफोर बिल्जिंग
नहीं बट नहीं, पर उसमें आफ्टर बिल्जिंग तो फाइनल बीएमएल निकाला था तो क्या लिया था? फाइनल एलसीबी क्या ली थी कल? वो किस बेस पर कैलकुलेट की थी? बिल्जिंग के बाद वो कैलकुलेट करके वाटर लाइन हॉरिजॉन्टल लेके किया था ना बेटा। This question we have answered many a times, that if the vessel if your MV Hindship has a hydrostatic draft of 5 meters, and I tell you to find out the, let us say, KML, because how do you get BML? KML minus KB? Yes or no?
हाँ जी सर।
Correct. So a 5 meters pe, the ship can be even keeled. Ship can be 1 meter by stern. Ship can be trimmed 2 meters by head. There can be infinite trim conditions with high draft of 5 meters. Yes or no?
हाँ जी सर।
Then if I tell you to find the BML for a MV Hindship, what will you do? Every time, as long as the high draft remains 5 meters, you'll be picking up the KML for 5 meters, BML for 5, KB for 5 meters. So every time your BML, you'll get the same answer. Yes or no? Or will
Yes,
the answer keep changing if I keep shifting the weights internally and keep listing the ship or trimming the ship?
सेम रहेगा।
Same रहेगा ना? So this is what I have told so many times in the class, that when we work stability, we work it for upright even keel condition. This is what I have repeatedly been saying, beta.
Okay.
Clear?
ठीक है सर।
No, ठीक नहीं है। तुम MV Hindship में क्वेश्चन करते हो, इस चीज को मैं पूछ रहा था बेटा। जब MV Hindship में अगर तेरा हाई ड्राफ्ट 5 मीटर है, सपोज लेट्स से KB और KML में लेट्स से 5 मीटर हाई ड्राफ्ट है, KB तेरी मान लो 2 पॉइंट 609 है, KML मान लो तुम्हारा 8.789 है, राइट। अब बेटा इस हाई ड्राफ्ट के साथ आपकी जहाज की ट्रिम एक इवन कील हो सकती है, एनी वैल्यू बाय स्टर्न ट्रिम हो सकती है, एनी वैल्यू बाय हेड हो सकती है। व्हाई? बिकॉज इंटरनल तुम वेट शिफ्ट करते जाओ, ट्रिम चेंज होती जाएगी, हो जाएगी ना चेंज, यस और नो?
यस सर।
एंड कुछ भी इसकी लिस्ट हो सकती है डिपेंडिंग ऑन इंटरनली तुम पोर्ट स्टारबोर्ड वेट शिफ्ट करते रहो, करेक्ट?
यस सर।
करेक्ट। बट इन ऑल दीज केसेस द हाइट ड्राफ्ट रिमेन्स 5 meters. सो अगर तुम्हें बीएमएल निकालोगे तो कैसे करोगे? यही केएमएल और यही केबी माइनस करोगे ना एक दूसरे से फॉर ऑल दीज कंडीशंस,
यस सर। यस सर।
करेक्ट?
सो
करेक्ट।
बेसिकली हम इवन कील पर वर्कआउट करते हैं एक हाई ड्राफ्ट निकाल
इवन कील अपराइट,
के। ओके सर।
you also upright I'm adding, right?
ओके सर, ठीक है।
Okay guys, any more questions up to LCG? Okay, so now my ship's LCG I'm writing here, LCG initial is 47.222 meters. Now we start with the same thing. Now first now it will be bilged with even keel draft line, water line. Why? Because it can be assumed as if bilging took place in the midship region and then you shifted it forward. So water will come up to that level. So we'll all work on the even keel upright parameters, right? And now this will cause the vessel to sink to a new high draft W1 L1, and the water plane in the bilged condition, the water will rise here also. The water plane in the bilged condition, I'm sure all of you would agree with me, there will be some loss of water plane in this part. Yes or no? Correct, Victor?
Yes, sir.
Correct.
Okay, now LCG final will be equal to LCG initial, and it will remain 47.222 meters. Why? Because you are going to use lost buoyancy. Agreed?
Agreed.
Okay. Next, I calculate the sinkage. Sinkage will be equal to, now the lost volume will be length 30 meters of the compartment, breadth 20 meters, height, that is draft, I'll take 6 meters. I'll not make it a trapezium, okay? That is the sometimes doubt. And that's why if you see the yellow water line that I made, it has been drawn so light that it has gone out of context and out of my vision and does not create any confusion to me. Okay, then you'll say, why have you drawn the yellow one? So that it keeps reminding me that LCG is not midship in this case. LCB is not equal to LCG. Okay, into permeability of 0.3 divided by, from this water plane down below, whole water plane 100 into 20 minus lost water plane 30 into 20 into 0.3. Can you find out how much is the sinkage, guys?
0.593.
Give us the high draft of 6.593 post bilging. This will be our high draft after bilging, 6.593. Any questions up to LCG in the bilged condition and the high draft? That means draft in the final draft, high draft will be 6.5. Everybody is okay with these two parameters? We have to calculate 5 of them. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now we calculate the LCB and LCF will be same. So we can calculate any one of them. We can calculate any one of them that we feel like. Let's calculate LCF. So LCF final will be equal to, from this diagram down below this diagram, beta. Longitudinal moment of the whole water plane area, that is 100. If anybody does not understand the step, please interject. I'm presuming that you've done the questions yesterday and now you are in line with, you're at pace with what I'm doing. 100 into 20 is the whole water plane area, and its geometric center lengthwise will be half the length, that is L by 250. This is the longitudinal moment of the whole water plane area minus the longitudinal moment of the lost water plane area, which is 30 into 20 into 0.3. This is the lost water plane area, its distance from the after perpendicular of the geometric center will be 75 meters into 75 divided by the intact water plane 100 into 20 minus 30 into 20 into 0.3. Can you please calculate the LCF?
Forty-seven point five two seven.
47.527 meters. Anybody has any questions, guys, up to LCF? Okay. Obviously, LCF will be equal to LCB final will be equal to LCF final, so that will also be 47.527. Everybody's okay up to this point, guys? See, this is how
Yes,
the
sir.
speed fix. Once
Yes.
you've understood, then you can just run through the thing. Now we have to get the BML in the Bilged condition. Okay, let me just do it here on this part instead of messing it there. So let me first keep it, then remove it, and I'll calculate the BML here, and then take the value there. Acha, I have a page on the other one. Okay, I can do it. I can maybe I can take that working there then, because I have to draw the BM thing again. So let me just. Okay, I can take it then. Slideshow. I have kept a blank, so I can use that. Okay, now print screen. Okay, here is the working. Show from the current slide. Okay. Now let me draw the water plane here, guys, because there I drawn a small one. We have the forward end to my right. We have the forward bulkhead of the tank, aft bulkhead of the tank, some lost water plane. Permeability is 30 meters. This is the lost water plane. L is equal to 30, B is equal to 20, capital B is also 20, capital L is 100. LCF you have found 47.527. So here is the center of flotation. This is the athwartship axis through it, FF, and this is 47.527. Now BML will be equal to IFF of the intact water plane upon volume of displacement, which will be equal to IFF of the whole water plane minus IFF of the lost water plane divided by V. Now, we draw the two axes through the geometric centers to be able to apply the theorem of parallel axis. Here will be the geometric center, 50 meters will be the geometric center of the rectangular portion. We have this axis XX through it. This is our dx1 distance that we were talking about. So this will be 39794 and 2.473 meter will be x1, and we'll have another axis here yy, and this distance will be 75 minus this one, so that will be 39794 27. Okay, so we get x1 and x2, guys, and now we get the values. IFF of the whole water plane will be equal to I of the whole water plane about XX. So that shall be 20 into 100 cube by 12 plus the area of the whole water plane. It is 100 into 20 into the square of the distance 2.473 square. The other two terms will be minus minus because there is a minus here. So minus the moment of inertia of the lost water plane about YY that will be 20, breadth is 20 into 30 cube by 12 if it was completely empty, but it has permeability into 0.3 minus the lost water plane area. It is 20 into 30 into 0.3 is the lost area into square of perpendicular distance between the axis, 27.473 square. That completes the numerator, divided by volume of displacement, 100 into 20 into 6. And this will give us the value of the VML, guys. The way I was talking to you, if you start talking to yourself like this, you can just keep writing the expression the way I have written it, guys, and then pick up the calculator and then solve it.
One 124.847.
124.847. Somebody can correct if there's a problem, no problem. Is that correct,
120
guys?
or 127.46.
127.46.
127.462.
127.46.
127.462.
Okay. Now mind, we'll cancel the other one. It's okay. Okay, good. This is what we have done then. And now we are good to calculate the final trim. What you will get will be the final trim beta, which will really, because you are using final LCB, you are using final LCG. So the trim after bilging will be equal to LCB is 47.527. LCG is 47.222. So 47.527 minus 47.222 is BG, multiplied by 100, multiplied by length of 100 meters, divided by 127.462. It becomes so many centimeters. First, tell me by head or stern?
LCV is greater by stern.
It is by stern.
Stern, sir. LCP is more.
Okay, stern. Okay, how much is the trim beta?
23.923 cm.
23.9 centimeters.
23.
Yeah,
923.
92. Yeah, so one decimal place. Yeah, so it will be 0.239 meters
Yes, sir.
by stern. Correct, guys?
Correct.
Can you please split into TATF and apply to the height draft of 6.593? So we have the forward draft, aft draft, height draft after bilging is 6.593. 6.593. You apply TATF to it. Since she is trimmed by stern, TA will be added, TF will be subtracted, and you will have the drafts forward and aft. How much is the TA, guys?
114.
0.114 TA. Okay. And how much is the TF then?
1125.
125.
125. Okay. So 125 is subtract. It is 8, 8, 6, 4, 4, 6.468, and add this one 7, 10, 1, 7. It's 6.468 meters forward and 6.707 meters aft will be the drafts after bilging. Guys, if I ask you what is the trim cost from whatever values are on display now? What is the trim?
What is the trim
Any-
cost?
Yeah, what is the trim cost? This 0.239 is the final trim, right? What is the trim cost?
176.1, 1.76.
Very good. Initial trim was 2 meters by
Yes, sir.
Sir, you are not audible. Anybody there?
only change was here. I take you back to the slide. Oh, sorry, my mistake. 1 second. Let me just cancel it. It's coming time again. Okay.
क्या हुआ?
The change was here. Guys, the change was here. Correct. And this is what gave us the LCG in the bilge condition. Any questions on this? If a bilged case comes for bilging, it will add one trim calculation extra. That's all it will do. You'll have to calculate the BML for the intact condition. You'll have to perform that step to get the LCG of the vessel. Rest, everything will remain same. Disregard the trim water line, work on the even keel condition. Okay, these are the two things. If you keep in mind, you will not get stuck. Is that clear to everybody, guys?
Clear.
Okay, so that completes the trim part. If you give me a go ahead, then I'll go to dealing with a compartment which carries liquid before bilging, like we dealt with in the case of
So can you
GM.
please go on the next slide, next working slide on which you worked? Just a minute. Yes, so copy.
Yeah, but beta आज तो copy करने की जरूरत पड़ने नहीं चाहिए. Now you should be solving with the class. You should be at pace with the class now. Otherwise you'll have problems in exams, beta. Exams are around the corner now. ठीक है. Anyway, guys, last 10 seconds for anybody to ask questions, or if somebody wants to take down anything, and if you want me to wait here, I can wait. No issues. None? Okay. We go to the last type of question. That is, we need to calculate the drafts if we are carrying liquid in the bilged condition. Okay. And we'll take it through the example. What we'll do? We'll work out the intermediate condition. Which parameters are the intermediate condition? In the last case, when we were calculating GM, we emphasized upon kg. Why? Because kg would be used for GM. In case of trim, which parameter is more important instead of kg?
BM.
Yeah, but which parameter is important for trim? That is my question, beta.
LCG.
LCG.
LCG. A counterpart of kg, beta. LCB is important, but there you calculated kg for intermediate condition, right? When you are calculating GM for a tank that is getting bilged, right? Yes or no? So what is there? You were talking of vertical center of gravity. Here you are talking of longitudinal location of center of gravity. Just try to strike the equivalence between the two workings. It will make your life easier. So now we will basically do what? We will empty this tank intentionally, and we'll work out the new draft. Which draft? Not the forward aft, only the high draft, because bilging will do on the even keel condition as we just did. So we don't have to. I know when if the vessel is initially even keel and you pump out something which is not amidships, it will cause the vessel to trim. That means draft forward aft will differ. But as you saw in the working that we have just completed, the trim, the draft forward and aft were not used in our working. So in this case also, I'm not going to waste my time in getting the drafts forward and aft. What I'll be more keen would be the trim. So here is the box-shaped vessel, 100-meter long, 20-meter wide, floating at an even keel draft of 6 meters. Same standard ship, guys. No difference. Okay, draft of 6 meters. It has a compartment 30-meter long, 20-meter wide. Where is the compartment? With a DB 2 meters high. The forward of the bulkhead, so same place, 10 meters from forward thing. Same question we are repeating actually. Only thing is now there is a DB here of height 2 meters. The DB is full of fuel oil of RD 0.95. Okay. Calculate the drafts forward and aft after the DB gets bilged. I hope the question is clear to everybody, guys.
Yes.
Okay. So first what we'll do, we will create an intermediate condition in which this fuel oil is intentionally pumped out with the vessel remaining intact, imaginary condition, right? For that, we need to calculate the draft and the LCG. Initial displacement, you all know, you have calculated it earlier also. It is 12,300 tons, correct, guys?
Yes, sir.
Now, for calculating the LCG after pumping out, I need the initial LCG. This is how you think what all you need, beta. I'm thinking it aloud so that you also, you don't have to bug up, I'll need LCG. No, I need LCG after pumping out. So for that, I need initial LCG. Initial LCG will be how much, guys? 50. Why? Because it's a box shaped, even keel, so half length, right? Right, correct. What is the weight of the fuel oil, beta, or whatever, whichever oil it is? 30 into 20, yeah, into 2 into 0.95,
40.
40, okay. 1140 tons, okay. What will be the LCG of this oil, beta? That will be the geometric center would be here, and this LCG would be 75 meters, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes or no? Everybody is
Yes,
with me on this? Okay. Now, when I discharge this, and now with this, I come to an intermediate condition, okay? What will be the displacement of the ship in the intermediate condition? Displacement of the ship in the intermediate condition will be 12,300 minus 1140. How many tons, beta?
1160, 1160.
Okay. Then we calculate the draft in the intermediate condition. It will be 1160 divided by density of seawater divided by 100 and also divided by 20. How much does the draft become? I draft
5.444.
5.444 meters. Okay, guys. Now we calculate the LCG in the intermediate condition. I will not write any steps. We can keep calculating the way I'm showing it. That's all. LCG in the intermediate condition will be initial longitudinal moment. I'm talking to myself and I'm writing the values. Minus the longitudinal moment of the oil discharged, 1140 into 75, divided by the final displacement, 11160. How much is the LCG you'll get, beta?
47.446.
47.446 meters. Okay, now in red, I will draw the intermediate condition of the vessel. I'm sure all this being in phase 2 now, you are on top of what we are doing. That's all repetitive and basic. Now I'm drawing the ship in the intermediate condition. My ship is going to be 100 meters long, 20 meter wide. I know she will be trimmed by stern. Why? Because you're discharging something from the forward part. I know she'll be trimmed by stern. But what am I drawing? I am drawing a horizontal line for the even keel condition, and this draft will be equal to 5D 5.444 meters. I have this compartment here, 10 meters from forward end, length 30 meters, breadth 20 meters, and there is a dB of height 2 meters. This dB is now empty, and the LCG of this ship is 47.446 meters. Do you agree with me now in the red condition that what is drawn in red? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now you can bilge the empty compartment, and so first you find out the she will sink to a new draft again. What will be the trim? We don't know. W1 L1, and this will be my high draft of D1, right? So I think all of you can get sinkage. This will be the lost buoyancy, and the water plane will be fully intact. There will be no loss of water plane. Why? Because the bilging is taking place below the dB. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Correct. So the sinkage would be equal to, guys, lost buoyancy will be LBH divided by the whole water plane is intact. So 100 into 20 is 0.6 meters. So D1 will be equal to 6.044 meters. Correct? Yes or no? What has happened? See what the oil which had RD, same volume of oil, what is lost is replaced by same volume of water now. Only thing is this slight increase in distance is because of the change in the density of the tank content. When it was oil, the vessel was at 6 meters draft. With now denser liquid, she has sunk little more, and the new high draft will be 6.044 meters. Okay. Now, KB of this vessel, we'll have to calculate. LCG, we already know. Tell me, will the LCF and LCB will be same in this case? Yes or no?
No, sir.
No, sir, different.
No, sir.
Okay. Okay, what will be LCF equal to?
LC will be, sir,
50 meters, 50 meters, but full water plane is intact, right? Okay, very good. Let's calculate LCB. Yeah, tell me.
Sir, in this intermediate condition, we are assuming that at even keel, na, correct? Because although we know that our vessel is trimmed by stern.
In the previous question also, we knew our vessel was trimmed by stern. How did we solve it?
Yeah, that I'm saying. Sir,
So
we
it's a continue. No, don't make it a separate question, na, beta. It's a continuation of the same concept, right? There, the vessel was initially given to be trimmed. Here, we are saying when I pumped out, it has got trimmed. But the question is, you have a trimmed vessel. How do
Yes.
you handle a trimmed vessel, right?
Yes, yes.
So it's not a. What I'm trying to say is, why I'm trying to counter question you is that there is no shift in stance from the previous question to this one.
Okay, sir.
So don't make too many sub categories. Otherwise, उनको याद करते करते तुम सोचोगे पता नहीं कितना याद करना है, right?
Okay, sir.
Okay, guys, LCB will be equal to longitudinal moment of the underwater volume, which will be 100 into 20 into the draft of 6.044 into the lever of 50 meters. This is the longitudinal moment after bilging of the underwater volume. Minus the underwater longitudinal moment of underwater volume not contributing to buoyancy. That is 30 into 20 into 2 into its liver is 75, right? From after perpendicular, divided by volume of displacement, 100 into 20 into 5.444. Please don't in a hurry make it 6. And give me the LCB then.
$47.246.
47.246. Others can check it. 244. Okay. 246. Correct?
44, sir. 244.5. 244.
2445. 245. Okay. 245.
245, sir.
Yeah, 245. Okay, fine. That's okay. Guys, any questions up to LCB? None. Okay. Now, as far as this thing is concerned, your BML, the full water plane is intact. Center of flotation will be midships, and here would be your FF. So BML would be equal to 20 into 100 cube by 12 in the intermediate condition, guys, divided by volume of displacement. Volume of displacement will be 100 into 20 into what? Tell me.
5.44.
5.444.
153. 153.7.
153.
153.074.
074 meters. Okay. This gives us everything that we need to get the trim after bilging, when oil is completely lost and replaced by water. Okay. So the trim in the final condition will be equal to LCB difference LCG. LCB is 47.25. LCG is 47.446. So the difference between the two will be equal to 102.201. Am I right, BG? The difference between this and this, guys?
Yes, sir.
BG into 100 into length 100 divided by BML 153.074. And obviously this will be trimmed by head. Why?
Minus
Because
1.
LCG is
LCG
greater
is
than
greater.
LCB. So how much is the trim beta?
0.131.
0.131 meters. Is it 13 centimeters, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
By head. Okay. You can split it into TA, TF. Both will be equal, half of it. Each one of them will be equal to 0.131 by 2, which is equal to 0.065. You can take it 0.65. Okay. Okay. Now you can add that and subtract. Forward draft will be equal to high draft of 6.044 plus 0.065, and aft draft will be equal to 6.044 minus 0.065. This draft obviously becomes 9, then 10, 1, 6.109 is one draft,
Forward.
and the other draft is 9, then 3,
5.978.
9, 7,
5.9.
8,
Yes,
979,
sir.
right?
Yes, sir. 5.97.
9 meters. Okay. So the answer to the question would be drafts will be 5.979 meters and 6.109 meters. Now you will realize why yesterday I said we can start at 10 o'clock, because if we have understood what was done yesterday, then today is very minor tweaking of what you did the other day. Please review it. Let me know if there are any questions. It's 11
So,
from 50. Yeah.
So I wanted to ask, we took this LCF as 50 instead of like this is a short, but can we just calculate it if we want
By
to?
L square by 12D, you are saying?
No, sir, LCF.
Why should you calculate? It's fully intact. No, it's a rectangle. So where is the geometric center of the rectangle? What is there to calculate? Tell me what
Right.
is the doubt? What is the doubt? Is there a
No,
law? Is there a loss of water plane?
No, sir.
If there is no loss of water plane, what is the shape of the water plane then? Intact water plane rather. What is the shape of the intact water
Exact
plane?
rectangle.
Rectangle. So where
Rectangle.
will be the geometric center, beta?
Understood, sir. Center.
Anything else? Very good, shabash. Okay,
Sir, in this
just
type of questions,
yeah,
they can change the trim also, correct?
change the trim. Beta, you see, don't create too many methods of I always have been supporting of sticking to one type of method. Don't for every question try to change the way you want to work. Okay, you can find out the change in trim also, it can work. And in fact, this question is much easier to solve by added weight method, which I'll tell you now. Okay, but
No, sir,
one thing is
I was asking if the initial condition they have written, no, that even keel draft. So
yeah,
they
so
can
doesn't
give
matter.
forward draft
Yeah,
5,
yeah,
7,
yeah,
and
doesn't
then
make a
only they
difference.
solve that.
That,
Okay.
yeah, doesn't make a difference. You get the initial, then what will happen? First, you'll have to get the initial LCG, and then you'll have to get the LCG after pumping out.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, of course, yeah. But they'll not make it so complicated. No, how many times they want you to calculate LCG, right? So yes, but if theoretically, if you're saying so, yes. So, guys,
just so
tell
can you
me.
just go one slide back? What was the title of this type of question? There was one slide where it was.
Where it is where the compartment has liquid, change in trim with compartment carrying liquid gets bilged better. Compartment
Draft
carrying liquid
forward and aft when compartment.
carrying liquid gets bilged.
Okay, thank you.
Right. Okay. Now what I'm asking you is better out of three things we have done, three major topics we have done for March. I can ask March, and the same thing applies to April batch also. You have done two main topics, moment of inertia, its applications, and bilging. Almost done now, bilging. Which one do you think is more user friendly? Which one you think is more, you found more easier?
Bilging is more easier, sir.
Bilging is more easier because there is a box shape, so you're sticking to. Yeah, okay. And March, what is your take between SF, bilging, and moment of inertia?
SFBM, so simple.
B. Which one? Bilging?
SFBM.
SFBM is simple. Okay, very good. So that will give some relief to the April batch then. Okay, ठीक है. Chalo. Now, guys, this question, you do it like this, it's perfectly in order. What I'm going to tell you is, if you absorb what I'm going to say hereafter, then you follow it. If you think you're getting confused, please dump it, ignore it. Now, this question could have been done in a much faster way through added weight method. Now you are saying, how do I know this? When does it become easier by added weight method? Okay. Now what I'm saying is very clearly this. If the bilging is contained by watertight flat below the water line, then bilging does not create any free surface. Yes or no?
Correct.
Correct, guys? What was our main advantage of lost buoyancy method over the added weight method? Main concern was the free surface, right? Of course, G also, but the primary was free surface, right? Yes or no?
Yes.
Correct, beta? Now, when the free surface is not being created like in this question, because the bilging took place in the DB region, and DB will get full. So there is no question of, so if I use added weight method, what happens? The DB has got full. There is no creation of free surface. So if you are absolutely clear about it, then in such cases, let me do this question with you by added weight method. Then what you can avoid is calculation of the intermediate condition. And then it converts into a trim problem basically. What was the question? Question was this: 100-meter long ship, 20-meter wide, add a dB here. This dB gets bilged. What happens? The oil in this dB is out, replaced by water, and under added weight method, the oil is as if discharged and seawater is as if loaded. Yes or no, guys?
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm sure all of you would agree that initial displacement of the vessel is 12,300 tons. Initial LCG of the vessel is 50 meters. What was the weight of the oil, guys? 1140 tons. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
What is the LCG of the oil?
75.
75 meters. If the same volume is now filled up by seawater, W2 seawater would be what? 30 into 20 into 2 into 1.025. How much it becomes? How much does it become, beta?
1230.
1 to
30.
30 tons. Okay. And what will be the LCG of seawater, beta? 75 meters. Correct? Correct,
Yes,
beta?
sir.
Now, if I tell you, now look at the statement now. And this vessel, box-shaped vessel, 100 meter by 20 meters, is floating at a draft of 6 meters, even keel draft of 6 meters, with dB 30 meter by 20 meter, height 2 meter, containing oil of 1140 tons. We pump out this oil and take water, which is 1230 tons. What will be the drafts forward and aft? You can all solve this question if I give you like this, yes or no? If I give you a question, a box-shaped vessel, 100-meter long, 20-meter wide, is floating at an even keel draft of 6 meters. It has a dB, which is at the LCG of the dB is 75 meters. The dB contains 1140 tons of oil. Now 1140 tons is pumped out and 1230 is loaded, whatever, whether oil or water doesn't make a difference. That means you have additionally loaded how much? 90 tons. So now if 90 tons of additional load you put out here, or you discharge one and or load the other, whichever way you want to deal with it, and I tell you, find the drafts forward and aft, then it has nothing to do with bilging. I have not used the word bilging, yes or no? Correct, beta?
Yes.
Correct? And you should be able to do it. It's a simple trim problem then. But I don't want to take much of time. So let's solve it. What will be the final displacement of the ship? Final displacement of the ship will be 12,300 minus 1140 plus 1230. 90 tons gets added. So does it become 12,390 tons, beta? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
What will be the draft of the ship in the final condition? When I'm saying draft, I mean the height draft. It will be 12,390 divided by 1.025 divided by 100 and divided by 20. How much it comes to? 6.044. Yes or no?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
This was the D1 you had in the previous question also, see here. Correct, guys?
Correct, sir.
So how much easier it becomes to get D1? Very good. Now we get the LCG of the vessel in the final condition. Initial longitudinal moment. Initial longitudinal moment is 12,300 into 50. Does everybody agree? initial longitudinal moment
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
minus the longitudinal moment of the oil discharged. 1140 into 75
Yes, sir.
plus the long 90. What is the LCG of the ship, guys?
50.18, sir. 50.181.
1 second, I'll just take 50 point. Yeah, this one I don't know why
181.
it's 50.181.
Yes.
Any questions up to this point, guys? We're still using simple trim concept. Okay. Now, for a box-shaped vessel, what is the LCB equal to? 50 meters? Correct? Because we are using added weight method now. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
The water has become part of the sea, so buoyancy is not lost. So the entire underwater volume is the volume of buoyancy now. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what is my BG now in the final condition? 0.181. Very good. Now there will be no loss of water plane either. Why? Because added weight method in any case, otherwise also it's in the dB. Okay, so full water plane will be intact, and this will be the center of flotation. So what will be the BML in the bilged condition? It will be L square by 12D. Yes or no? In the final condition. Correct, beta?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now what will be D here? Think and tell me. There is it.
6 point.
It's very good.
6.044.
Very good. 6 point. That's what I wanted to ask. 6.044. Why? Because there's no loss of things now. No buoyancy, no water plane lost. What is the BML coming to, guys?
Sir,
22.
13.
137.877.
Okay.
0.878.
Okay, it's 878. Okay. So you see, your high draft is same as you got in the last case. Your BML values have changed, obviously. Okay. Now, what will be the trim final? Now, I'm not saying final is the bilge condition, of course. So final BG 0.181. Firstly, compare LCG and LCB. LCG is 50.181. Here the G has shifted, guys, not B. So G has gone forward. In earlier case, G remained wherever it was, B shifted aft. Yes or no? Okay.
Yes.
So now G is forward, so ship will go down by head, whatever it goes down by. So BG 0.181 into 100 into the length of the vessel 100 divided by BML of 137.878. So many centimeters by head will be the trim cost. Can you find out how much it is?
13.12.
13.1.
Same as earlier,
Yes, sir.
correct? Split into TATF, apply to 6.044, you'll get the same draftsman. See, are you getting the same drafts? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Sir.
Please see this. And don't you think it is much faster to get through this way? Rather than going to intermediate condition and then bilging it and doing all that?
Yes, sir.
But you should have clarity of concept. If you have any ambiguity that you may get confused which draft to take, what to do, what not to do, then you can forget it and stick very blindly to the method that has been discussed earlier. So here, I'm not saying you do this way. I'm just educating you. Based on your own understanding and comfort, you can decide what you want to use. Is that clear, beta? Tomorrow, if you see in the exam hall somebody doing this way, you should not feel that they know everything in a much simplified way than what you know. No, it's only in some places you can cut short. And if you're not comfortable about, or you
हेलो।
आवाज गया क्या सर?
आवाज चला गया, आवाज चला गया।
अच्छा, सर का नेटवर्क डाउन होगा सर।
dropped out of the meeting. I dropped out of the meeting. I'm sharing again. I was just talking to you, thinking that you are in the everything is in the meeting. But anyway, I continue. Okay, here is the question on display. What I was saying is, before I realized that I've dropped out of the meeting, was that my job was only to educate you about the two methods. If you think what I have done last is gone over your head, you may just leave it aside. This was only covered that tomorrow, if you go for exam, somebody is doing by this method, you should not always say, where is the intermediate condition? Okay. And then you should not feel that they know something which is simpler than what you know. It's not so. It is dependent on the comfort of limitations of everything that you're doing. And the limitation of this is this can be used only if it can be used anytime as long as you can factor in free surface and everything. But otherwise, it's good enough to be used only when the bilging is contained by a watertight flat below the water line, which also means that there is no free surface created because of bilging. Am I clear, guys? Am I clear?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. If this makes sense, you use it, but you have to be clear which draft to use, how to go about getting it, because then in added weight method, things change slightly. There is no loss of water plane, there is no loss of buoyancy. The entire underwater volume is the volume of buoyancy. So those concepts have to be in place to be able to use it. But if you feel that switching between added weight and lost buoyancy could be dicey for you, please ignore what is on display on the screen now, and you can just stick to what has been covered before this. Is that clear, beta? Clear, guys? Any questions?
Sir.
Okay. Now we come to the final part of it. Somebody said last time, can there be, okay, this is the same question by added weight method. Okay, I've already explained to you. Okay. Bilging of a compartment in MV Hindship. Now, guys, your syllabus says very clearly that you have to do the bilging of a box-shaped vessel. And in box-shaped vessels also, they have said one is the midship compartment and other is the end compartments. That means at the forward end and aft end. But since it doesn't make a difference whether it is right at the ends or it is somewhere in between, which some books call as intermediate compartments, So it doesn't matter. So we have done the intermediate, and questions have been very often coming about intermediate compartments. And that's one in the same way of handling. So it's not an issue. Okay. Now, as far as MV Hindship is concerned, ideally, as if by the format of the syllabus, question should not be asked. But there have been stray occasions in the past when a question has been asked from MV Hindship. There has been a lot of hue and cry in the exam. People said out of syllabus, and questions have been replaced also. Okay, so that is the history to it. But what I'm trying to tell you is that historically, if you come across any question where bilging of MV Hindship came in the exam, what they have bilged is the DB. What they have bilged is the DB. And if DB is bilged, you convert into a trim type problem and finish it off. Okay, if you want to, else you can wait for a replacement question. I have picked up a question from MMD exam. In fact, I picked up last evening. I said, let me also, I went through the past papers, and then in 2015, I came across this question. I knew there was a question, I was not sure about which year was it in, but then I found it in MMD November 2015 question paper. You see this question, beta? Can you read this question? And what is it bilging? It is bilging 5 tanks. All 5 are DBs, right? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, when it is DB, there will be no free surface created. So best is we solve it if you want. Let me just, do you have the stability booklet or shall I open one here?
We have, sir.
You have? Okay.
We have, sir. We have.
You have? Okay. Then I'll ask you certain info, or let me just open it. Condition number 7. Which condition is this? Condition 11. Okay. And 9, 8, 7. This is 7. Reduce it a little bit so that it's visible to everybody. Okay. Okay, here is condition number 7, and here is the question, guys. Okay, now you see, if you want to do this question, choice is entirely yours. Now, MV Hindship is in condition number 7, so her initial displacement is 118,529.3, which is you can see on the screen also. Her initial LCG is also given in this as 72.340. Correct, guys? Yes or no? Okay. Now you see, what is the condition? Which are the tanks which are ruptured? 4 port, 4 center, 5 starboard, 4 starboard. Let's see what was the condition. The 4 wings are here. 4 wings were full of water. Why they were full? Because there is no FSM against them, right? Port was 4 center, it was empty. So 4 wings were full, 4 starboard, 4 center is empty. 5 port and starboard, 5 port and starboard. Number 5 port and number 5 starboard DB. They were slack. One had 17.7 tons of diesel oil, other had 38.0 tons of this thing. Correct, beta? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So now what we can do is when the tanks get bilged, all that was in the tank will be lost to sea and all the tanks will be pressed up with seawater. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Correct, beta?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, final displacement will be equal to 1/8, or let me make a table. It will be easier in the tabular form. Remarks or compartment. Okay. Weight, we can use plus minus. Then kg. We don't need kg in this case. We need LCG. Okay. And we need vertical moment. That's all we need. Okay. Now, initially, so first is initial condition of the vessel. It's 18529.3. LCG is 72.340. Then what is minus? One is compartment 4, port and starboard, which were full of how much? 261.2. So 4 wings, 261.3 tons of minus. And LCG of 4 wings is given as 58.14. Am I right, guys?
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
4 center was empty. Okay. Then once this goes, this oil is lost, what happens? In 4 wings, you will have the seawater. Can you please go to capacity table? Okay, let's leave it here. Okay, seawater. Its LCG would be obviously 58.14. Leave it like this right now. 4 center will only have plus because it is empty. 5 port will have minus. In 5 port, what is the amount? 17.7. And LCG of 5 port is 38.24. 5 starboard, okay, 5 port will then have some water, seawater added, and 5 starboard had 38 tons, and LCG of this 38 tons is 39.73. You can correct me if I'm missing out on anything, and 5 starboard will then get filled up. This will give us the final, so we'll work out the moments and we'll be able to get the final LCG. So now we'll fill it up better. Final LCG will be equal to, now can you go to the capacity table? Let me go to the capacity table also, or why you want me to go? Let me not go, okay, fine. Can you go to the capacity table and see what is the 100% capacity of 4 wings, port plus starboard?
127.4.
Both combined, beta?
No,
Or
single,
one?
sir. 127.4. That will be 130.
Okay, no, so
585.
listen, whatever is the 100% cubic capacity, multiply by 2, multiply by 1.025 and get me the total weight that will come in 4 wings.
261.17.
61.12. 17.
17, so 261.2, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now go to, okay, it had water ballast, so it will be same. In this case, it will be same, right? There will be no change. So it is 3, this will remain 3 only. Because earlier also was seawater, water ballast, right? So whatever is weight gone in and gone out, right?
वो 261.2 ही है सर.
अरे यहाँ भी तो वाटर बैलेंस्ड है ना बेटा, इसने 1 2 6, अच्छा ऊपर भी 2 है.
Two
Okay,
है.
2 है तो that means I wrote wrong here. So this is okay. This was full, so that's not an issue, right? Can you see the 100% capacity of 4 center and multiply by 1.025?
263.835.
263.83. So 0.8. What from there only find the LCG of 4 center, beta.
57.58.
58. Okay, very good. Then 5 port. Can you see 100% cubic capacity? 5 port. And
So
multiply by
that will
1.
be DO,
Multiply
no?
by Sorry. So that is minus. We have already done minus. No, that's a separate.
83.5.
Multiply by 1.025. Give me the weight in 5 port when it is full of seawater.
85.59.
85.6. Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm sure LCG must be 38.24. Correct, beta?
Yes, sir.
Correct.
And then you have 5 starboard. What is the ballast weight? Volume multiplied by 1.025.
50.02.
50.0. Okay. And 39.73. Right?
Correct, sir.
So you will have these vertical moments wherever the weights have gone. So this will be minus, this will be plus vertical moment, this will be plus, this will be minus, this will be plus, this will be minus, this will be plus. And of course, initial would be plus. You can get the total vertical moment. And final LC will be final vertical moment divided by final displacement. Guys, can you calculate the final LCB of the ship? LCG. We are using added weight method in a MV Hindship question, which once came in the exams.
Sir, 70.956.
70.956. Somebody 956. Can somebody validate? And if anybody has any questions in getting the LCG beta for this vessel after bilging, this is the vessel's. So what we are using is added weight method. So whatever has gone out is deemed to be discharged. Whatever has come in is deemed to be added, loaded, and we are following the added weight method because the bilging is of the DB and it will be contained by the watertight flat. There is no creation of FSC. In fact, there is a removal of FSC under added weight method. Why? Because 2 tanks were earlier slack. Now they are rested with seawater under added weight method. Anyway, that's not significant because he wants the drafts forward and aft. Is the LCG part clear to everybody? How we've got the LCG beta?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now you know the displacement. Go to the hydrostatic table of the ship. You have the density of the vessel is seawater. Displacement of the ship after all this. What is the final displacement, beta? What is the final?
1873.
187?
18873.
73.0? Is it?
Yes.
Okay. So you will go for a displacement of 18873. And for that, what do you need for trim? You need LCB, you need height draft, you need MCTC, and you need LCF. So you'll calculate the height draft, you'll calculate LCB, and you'll get the LCF. MCTC also, sorry. So you'll get MCTC, LCB, and LCF. Get these things. Get draft, MCTC, LCB, and LCF. Okay. Give me these 4 things. Okay, you want GM also, yeah? Okay. Let's calculate the draft, then we'll come to the GM also. You want GM fluid also? No, never mind, we'll come to that. Okay, on the run, can you also pick up KM for this value? Or we'll need it for GM. Get the KM also.
The draft 8.927. Anyone matching?
But I'll write, no problem. We'll catch
Yes,
the
yes.
8.927.
Yes, sir.
8.93.
8.93.
927, okay. Then MCTC beta. Don't worry, you give the values, I'll write. We'll cancel it if there's a mistake. Don't worry about matching it. MCTC guys.
So
210.778.
210.
0.8.
Okay, 210.8. LCB.
72.311.
311.
Okay, LCF beta.
69.820.
9.8.
820.
820. 30.
823.
So 823, is it?
820.
Yes.
Okay, 820. Just check again, beta. And KM also. Give me KMT, beta, because he wants
375.
375. Okay. Okay. Now you see, guys, we have the final LCG 70.956. We have the final LCB. So what will be the final trim after Bilging? LCB difference LCG. So it is 72.311 minus 70.956 into displacement, that is 18873 upon MCTC 210.8, so many centimeters, and LCB is greater than LCG, so it will be by stern. How much is the trim by stern, beta?
1.21
1.210
meter.
meter. Okay, convert it to meter. I'll change centimeter to meter.
213 meter.
213, okay. 1.213 meters. You can split it into TATF and apply to this height draft of 8.927. TA will be added, TF will be subtracted, and those will be the drafts forward and aft. Those will be the drafts forward and aft. The earlier trim was, let me see how much was the earlier trim. Earlier trim was 0.014 meters by stern. Now the trim has increased. Why? Because you have some extra weight in 5 starboard, and in 5 port also you have some extra weight, which is the primary reason why this thing has increased. Even 4 center there was empty, so something has come in 4 center. All that has led to increase in the trim.
8.306 and 9.519.
Sorry?
Drafts are 8.306.
After forward, 8.306
306.
forward, right? And after?
Yes, sir. 9.519.
9.519. Is
Yes,
he right, Pita? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Very good. Why I'm doing it is, beta, knowing our system, sometimes, you may not get you may not get a replacement question. Even if you make mistake, at least you would attempt the question, and that will at least give you some satisfaction of having completed the question. Otherwise, it could be problem. Anyway, okay. What is the next thing he wants? He wants GM fluid. So I didn't notice that he wants GM fluid. Otherwise, the same table could have continued, beta. Like LCG, we could have the kg of the compartments, and we'll find the vertical moment. Can you all find the kg final? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And km you already have.
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
sir.
Now we have to, since we are talking of transfers, we have to be wary of FSM. The initial FSM was 1552. Now we have used added weight method, mind you. So out of these tanks, there was 5 port and 5 starboard, which had this FSM of 152 plus 90. Correct, beta?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So FSM initial is 1552 ton meter. FSM caused is minus so much. 242 ton meter is
42.
removed.
Yes,
Correct?
sir.
So
Yes, sir.
FSM final would be equal to 0, 1,
1,
1310 ton meter. Correct, guys?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Have you understood what I've done? What have I done, guys?
Yes, sir.
Then out of these 5 tanks which are touched, 2 tanks had free surface before bilging. After bilging, they have got pressed up with seawater. Under added weight method, the free surface, if caused, will be part of the ship. Here, the free surface has been removed. So the final FSM will be 13 ton. So final FSC, guys, would be equal to 1310 divided by
Divided by
final
1,
displacement 18873. And this is what you will subtract from the GM solid and give GM
069.
your
0.0694.
Okay.
0.069.
Okay, then you'll give the GM fluid as the final answer. I think that's clear to everybody.
Clear, sir.
Okay. So if a question like this, because what happens is somebody will pick up an old paper and just repeat without realizing what they're giving. So if a question like this comes, even if the replacement comes, if you're sure what you have done is correct, you don't have to change it. Okay. And if you want to wait for replacement, you can set your own deadline that, okay, if the replacement comes by the end of 2 hours, I'll do it. Or then otherwise I'll go ahead with this. You can take your call in the exam, so that if I'm pretty sure that if they give a bilging of Hindship, then it has to be a DB only, or a tank or compartment which will be contained by a watertight flat, so that there is no creation of FSC. Is that clear, beta?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that answers the question somebody yesterday asked. Can there be a MV Hindship question? Earlier I had a blank slide. Yesterday I went through the past papers. You can see on MMD app, and you'll find this question in 2015 November. Okay. So that from my side, beta, this completes end to end the bilging part now. If you have any doubts, you can bring them up. If there are problems with the language of the question, that's unfortunate. There is no answer to such problems actually. Okay, now I'll wait for your doubts. From my side, I have done whatever I had to do. This, I think somebody must have asked this as doubt in the previous paper batch or something. I don't think this is a problem, right? You must be comfortable with this question.
Yes, sir.
There is nothing in this. It's a straight, simple question. Okay. So somebody must have asked. That's why it's here on the slide. And that ends the questions. So So what is the GM fluid? Ajay, you'll have to calculate the kg also, no? And then you'll get the GM fluid. You want to complete it now?
Sir.
Carlo, complete.
No,
No, sir. Okay, don't complete. Okay, guys, then
0.631, sir.
मैं लिख देता हूँ. I'll also write down, beta. How much you said?
0.631.
GM is 0.631 meter. It's GM fluid, right, beta?
Yes, sir.
Somebody, you can take down this answer and compare later on. No problem. Okay, guys, with this March batch, all the best for your exams. Study well, do well, and pass the exams. And April, from tomorrow on, we get going with SFBM beta. So over next 3 to 4 sessions, I think about 4 sessions, we'll close out on SFBM, and that is the last major topic. And then we'll have those small 5, 6, 7 topics of stability, which we'll touch upon. In the meantime, if you have started doing the past papers, or if you have started revising MB Hindship, if you have any doubts, please bring them to the class. So your doubts about MB Hindship questions from past papers or wherever you are doing, you can bring them to the class so that they can also be concurrently addressed. Okay. So with this, if you permit, then can I sign out, guys?
Yes, sir.
We have completed everything, and all the best to March batch, and keep us posted about your performance. And the group remains live till your exams, so you can get on the group if you have any doubts. If you see that I'm not responding on the group, then the same question you repeat to me one-on-one, but my response will come on the group so that everybody can benefit with it. So response would be on the group rather than one-on-one, okay? But sometimes I don't monitor the groups and may miss out. So though usually I don't do that, but because the number of messages become too large these days and it can be lost. Chalo guys, all the best then to the March batch, which is outgoing batch, and April will continue tomorrow. See you tomorrow, guys.
okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, bye, bacho, bye. Bye.